So good job on assignment 2, you guys. Well, some of you, anyway. Those who submitted. I'll get all the marks up once I get the rest of your guys today, hopefully. If not, I'll just release it and see how
Hey,
that
Harold.
goes. Hi.
I have mine. I just lost the place where I need to submit it.
Yeah, so you'd have to make your own Google Drive for that.
Oh, yeah, the Google Drive. Okay, I'll do that right now.
Okay.
Or I think I still have it, and then I just send you the link to it.
Yes. Send me the link to
Okay.
the main folder, the character modeling 3 folder. And then in that, you'll have subfolders, right, for the assignments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
For assignment 2, for the hands, do you want screenshots of it, or do you want just a tool, or what would you like?
For the detailing. I would like the so save a Z tool, so ZTL, and also just a screenshot should be fine.
Okay.
So one screenshot, and then the Z tool.
Sounds good.
Just yeah, no problem. Just proof that you did something, and then I gotta go ahead and open it up. So
Okay, so you want the file for the hand and a photo?
mm-hmm.
Okay, I can do that.
Screenshot and Z tool.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Ooh, what's this? 6 to 10 portfolio 2 projects. Is Paul here today? Oh, he's not in yet. All right, let's do a quick attendance, and then we can get things rolling here.
There you go.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and keep this. Oh, you gotta give me permission. Wait 1 second. I'm gonna switch first. Yeah. Give permission, please.
How do I give you permission?
So I could do a screen share here.
Oh.
That's a cool sound.
Yeah, thank you.
Wait, let me show you how to do that. Drive. Come on. Switch. Come on. Quick. Okay. So. Say. So you're in this. There's 2 ways. The quickest way is go to the actual folder itself, right click on it, and then hit share.
Share.
Yeah. And then at the bottom left of this prompt, there's a blue text called change. Left click on that.
Change to anyone with this link?
And then you want to do, yeah, anyone with the link, and then you want to do viewer or editor.
Viewer or editor. Okay.
Yeah, and then just copy that link, and then that's the one that. I mean, it should be the same link. You just got to give me the.
Okay.
I think it should be the same link, but you just got to change the permission.
Copied link. Okay, that should work now. Control V.
Oh, it's a different one. Yeah, sharing. Okay. Yeah, it works.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Welcome.
So I'll make sure I keep that stowed away here. So, all right, nice. So we just deal with that once. We're good. So let's take attendance. Let's see, is Eric here?
Yep. How you doing?
Good, good. Hello. Jared. Is Jared here?
Come here.
Katrina is
Here.
Noah is here as well.
I'm here.
You have the longest name, sir. Officially, I'm just looking at the.
Thank you.
Nice. Everyone else's name is this long from the list. Noah's is like that long.
They wouldn't let me shorten it. It's kind
they,
of,
they won't let you.
it's hard to fill out forms.
Brittany is here.
I'm here.
Oh, Emmett is here as well.
Hello.
Paul is still missing. Uday is here, I guess.
Hello.
Hello. Wallen. Is Wallen here? No Wallen. Wallen once, Wallen twice. Victoria.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I'm here, by the way, if you already called my name.
Oh, you appeared. Yes, I called your name.
It's me, Paul.
It's you, Paul. Paulie. Carrie.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. And Logan is here. Cool. Almost perfect attendance. We got Wallen missing. He comes in. Please let me know. Okay. I want to jump right in because I want to give you time to work on this part. And what we're going to do for the next assignment. So it'll be a two-part thing. Excuse me. So what you've probably done is you've sculpted Mr. Incredible before. And I heard it's been... Mr. Incredible's has been a perfect example for certain assignments and things like that. But what we're going to do is we're going to sculpt this guy. And we're going to go ahead and start from scratch and get them all modeled up. And I want to go ahead and show you my, well, not necessarily my, but the ideal way to sculpt a character, in this case, a bust from 0 to hero. So it'll be a two-part class that will cover this. So I stress a lot of time and effort on the portion of the head for characters, just because that's the most important part. I mean, mind you, the other parts are also important, but the very first thing and the most difficult thing that your viewer is going to look at is the head itself. Next to that is the hand, and the rest is then the tertiary parts. And so we're going to go ahead and look at how we're going to go ahead and build a head. And of course, hopefully give you guys some technical knowledge as well along the way. So I want to go ahead and show you shortcuts beforehand, because I believe that shortcuts are very important, and also setting up custom hotkeys and things like this. So you've probably seen me switch from one tool to another, and you're like probably thinking like, how did he get there so quickly? Well, that's just shortcuts. And setting up the right shortcuts for the tools that you're using very often is the thing to do in any program. Doesn't matter what program you're using. When you start to work as a professional, the ideal thing to do is work quickly and efficient, without wasting too much time noodling on certain things. I mean, you could burn time on purpose. That's just up to you. I do that sometimes. But when the client needs to get some things off of your hands, or you got to pass that asset on as quickly as possible, shortcuts will save you. It saves precious seconds. So we're going to go ahead and set that up today. So remember the brushes that we've gone ahead and used previously. So our brushes are so standard brush, Damien standard brush, clay, flatten, inflate, snake hook, and move brush. So I'm just gonna go ahead and type it here. I think it's probably better. And what we're gonna do now is assign a hotkey for each one. So the number keys on your keyboard when you have ZBrush open don't really do much. Honestly, I don't use the number keys at all. So what I do is just overwrite it. Not that you won't use it, but I see very little use for all the numbers that's got some kind of key assigned to it, and some kind of action assigned to it. So I just overwrite the number keys, and I go ahead and assign the brushes on those number keys. It just makes sense. But, of course, do whichever you like. Do whatever you like after I kind of tell you how to set up a hotkey. So it's all good. So you probably saw the keyboard's shortcuts list during class 1. So we're just covering that quickly. So number 1 on the keyboard is standard brush. Okay. Number 2 is Damien standard, or Dam standard. 3 is any form of clay. Any. And then number 4 is flatten. Number 5 is inflate. Inflate. 6 is snake hook. And then I like to use tilde. Come on. I know why. Because, oh no. Yeah, so tilde or Q for move. Okay, so you guys can kind of keep that in mind if you like. Now, to set a hotkey is this. What you want to do is you want to go to your brush palette, find your standard brush. So wherever it is, let's see. Standard. Press S on your keyboard. That'll also sort everything right here. So standard brush. So hover your mouse over this standard brush. On your keyboard, do a Control-Alt, and then left-click with your mouse over the brush. Then what will happen is there is this sort of a command prompt that happens underneath all of the menus. So you'll see it up here. Okay, so right here, this particular area here. So these are all the menus up here. And then you have this second line here that's kind of empty. And it'll tell you certain information there. So anyway, let's do it again. Control-Alt, left-click. Then you can see there in the command prompt area, it says press any key combo to assign custom hotkey, or escape or mouse button to cancel. Press delete to remove any previous assignment. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove that for now temporarily. So let's go ahead, Control Alt left click again. So this time I'm gonna press 1. So once I press 1, it'll say, hey, listen, there's already a key assigned to this. Cancel to abort. Press OK to overwrite. Hit OK. Then there you go. At the top, you'll see a hotkey note, and it says custom hotkey assigned. Okay, so you're gonna do the exact same thing with the rest, right? So again, 1 is standard, 2 Damien standard, 3 clay, any of them. Flatten, 4, 5 inflate, and then 6 snake hook. So go ahead and assign all that. So when that's happening, what you can do then is you could quickly switch between 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then 6, and even Q or tilde, up to you which one you want to use. And then you can quickly switch between each of them, you know, and be basically in pro mode like this, and just press 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's going to be switching, you know, very quickly like that. So again, it's Control Alt left click or right click. Right click also works as well. So let's see, Control Alt right click. Okay, and that will also work as well. Cool. So I'll give you guys just like a few moments to set that up. So once you have that all set up, we're gonna go ahead and kind of cement that in, so you don't have to keep switching it, reassigning it every time you go in and out of ZBrush. It always fires up for you. Okay, to save the hotkeys, what you want to do is you want to go to Preferences menu, and then go to Hotkeys. So Preferences, and then there's a word here. It's a drop down called Hotkeys. Left click on that. And then the first thing you want to do is click this top right store. Okay, so top right store. You just click it once, it'll store those hotkeys, and it'll say that this is the hotkeys that will be loaded every time you start ZBrush. Hit OK. Now, for backup's sake, sometimes that store button is not reliable. Okay, I'm not saying it isn't completely. Most of the time it is, but let's just say it doesn't work. What you want to do is hit up a saved file. Okay, and then this one is just a text file. So go ahead and save your hotkeys in this particular path. So I mean, it should already be pathed for you. But anyway, it's in the Z
I can't
startup.
I can't even assign a hotkey at all.
Is it because you have a trial version?
No. I press Control Alt and 1, and it just.
No. Control Alt and then left click on the brush.
Oh no, yeah. Hang on. Let me.
Yeah. So Control Alt left click on the brush first, and then press 1.
Same hotkey is already assigned to this
Yeah, that's good.
interface.
Yeah, just hit
What?
OK.
But then I press 1 and it like does something weird to my model. It's not doing it.
So did you hit OK or cancel?
I don't know. It's not popping up.
So when you get that pop up, press OK. That's actually a good thing.
It's Control, right? There we go. Now it's doing it.
Nice.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, now it did it.
Cool. Yeah. So that's the thing. Control Alt right click or left click, and then press the key that you want to assign the button to.
and then I'll have to ask how to save all these after, because I still need to assign them.
Yep. Not a problem. So preferences. So yeah, make sure you save a text file that you can load up later, and then you can, if the restore button is not working, then you can go ahead and load the hotkeys file. And again, the restore hotkey is pretty straightforward. Just restores the either the custom one or the default one, whatever was loaded there. So that's preferences hotkeys. Now, there's certain things that there's certain hotkeys that I really like to use. One of them is the space bar, which you probably already know. Where's the demo soldier? Right here. I like to use the wireframe mode, which is Shift F. Now, I think I told you last week or the week before that, I'm not sure which week, but you can switch between your subtools. So here, in your tool menu, you have your subtool list, essentially your outliner or your object list, right? What you would probably want to do is, select the shirt here and then kind of work on the shirt, right? Select on the backpack here and the outliner and then work on the backpack. Well, you can actually switch between these objects very quickly by doing a Alt left click over the object, and then you can just quickly select them like so. And you don't have to go to the outliner to look for them. You can also press N for Nancy. And you'll have a pop-up outliner browser that has an icon preview. It's very nice, artists were visual, so the whole visual addition to this is pretty nice. So at least you can kind of see the preview of each of these. Now, some other shortcuts is, say, for example, if you press S on your keyboard, that will allow you to pop up the draw size. O is focal shift. Open and close parentheses right beside the P on your keyboard. It's just increase your brush size smaller and bigger. Right? P for perspective. I think we covered this last time. P for perspective. Shift F for the wireframe. Okay. One addition that I want to show you is the isolate shortcut, which is Alt S. And isolate is super useful. And it's this button right here, dynamic solo. So what you could do, let's say you want to assign a hotkey to this dynamic solo. And it's just this bottom right here. Yeah, it's just my buttons are getting crowded. It's because my screen real estate is not big enough. But you want to do a Control-Alt, left click or right click. Okay, so I'm going to delete that for now. Control-Alt, left click or right click. And then from here, you can do the key combo. So Alt, Shift, and Control works with this. So you can do a Alt S, and then it'll consider the first key, which is the custom key, which would be like the Alt, Control, or Shift. You could or multiple combos of that, and then the second key, which is S. So yeah, So I set that to Alt S, and it's really nice. So you can Alt left click, Alt S, you know. You can even bind Control S to your ZPR or Z tool, but Control S is currently bound to Z project save. So you can try another combo that works for you. Okay, the next cool part is the customizing your interface, your UI. Might get a little messy, so we'll see what happens. But so what you want to do is you want to go to your preferences. Okay, preferences, and then under configuration, you want to go to this, enable customize. So what this enable customize will allow you to do is it will allow you to move buttons around, you know, delete certain buttons away from certain places, make duplicates of buttons. It's pretty cool. So anyway, I'm showing you this for the purposes of making a custom UI, and it's very useful because now you can start using custom UI, and all your buttons will be in that custom UI. Okay, so here we go. So let's go ahead and go to preferences, config, and then enable customize. Ooh, let's do that. Now, when you enable and disable this, just all these kind of empty spaces will pop up, which is an indicator that now you're in customize mode. Okay, for starters, let's say you don't want any of these buttons here. Let's say I don't want, I don't want this. Paint with alpha mRGB. So what you could do is do a Control Alt, left click and drag into the middle, into the interface, and then that'll disappear. So Control Alt, take this button and make that go away like this. Okay, RGB channel, I don't want that. I don't want that. Okay, you can completely get rid of all this. You can get rid of all this. Z cut, Z sub. Rid of all this. You can move these ones around. So Control Alt, and you can move these around, right? Put them on the side here. All that. Okay. Right, so you don't need these. You could kind of shift these up. So you don't want those. Okay, so let's just say this is your custom UI or whatever. Then just go to preferences, disable, enable customize, and then you want to store configuration. So disable your enable customize and then store config. Okay. Cool. Now, you can take a button anywhere from any menu and then move it to any of these blank spaces. So for example, I wanted to take Dynamesh or something. Let's go find Dynamesh. Dynamesh right here. So again, go to preferences and then enable customize. And then you could take the Dynamesh button and then Control Alt, drag it over up here. Control Alt, you can drag a slider as well. Maybe you want to drag blur up there. Maybe you want to drag. Okay, so let's just say that's what you want to drag. Okay, cool. And then go back to preferences, disable the enable customize, and then store. So when you're taking some buttons off of the menus and then putting it on the interface, it's not like you're deleting the ones that are on the menu. You're just making a duplicate, just making a copy. So now these buttons are actually referencing the actual key within the tools. Okay, so let's take this a little bit further, which is, I think, the coolest, because you can actually create your own menu like this. So let's make our own menu. Go to, no one's laughing. He's like, this is too much. So go back to your
Sorry, I was laughing because I was asking if I was thinking in my head I should ask if I can make a Noah menu, and then I see you have Herald menus.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate it.
There you go. He knows where I was going. You were thinking the same thing. All right, so preferences, enable customize. And then what you want to do is you want to go to custom UI right here. Click on that. And then let's create a new menu. All right, so let's call this Herald 3. Herald 3rd. Because there's so much menus just named after me. So there it is right here. So it'll be sorted as the last one, but the moment you click it, it's going to jump and it'll resort itself there, right? See how it resorted itself alphabetically? It's gonna first be loaded at the end, and then when you click it, it'll jump to wherever it needs to be sorted alphabetically. Okay. So this is how you put buttons in the menu. Since you can't really do anything here and it's hard to maintain the, see, the moment you like slip out of there, it'll disappear. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and open this divider. So this divider with the tab and 2 arrows sort of opposing each other, double click that. And when you've opened the divider, you wanna go ahead and find your menu. So here's Herald 3rd. See this button right here with the circle with the arrow pointing towards 1? Grab that, left click, and drag that over to the column. So within this divider. Okay, now you can grab whatever button you want and you can drag it in there. So let's just say I like this divide button. So Control Alt left click drag. Now this is the part that's very important. It's got to snap and highlight the menu like this. So currently it's floating, and then when it snaps, then that means you could put it on top like that. If you just Control Alt left click and then it doesn't snap, it's gonna disappear and it's not gonna do anything. So so you want to go ahead and drag it over, and then it should snap. So low res, high res. Even the ones that are not currently enabled, for example, you see low res is highlighted. I'm able to, it allows me to click it. The high res, I'm not able to because there's no high resolution or any of these because they don't have any of this information just yet. But I can actually Control Alt left click and drag those still. And you could make 2 of the same buttons if you want. I don't know why you would, but let's just say you do. You could make a duplicate of those 2 similar buttons. Okay, then the world is your oyster, right? Just like pack it all in there. Whatever you want to pack in there, just go crazy, I guess. Okay, so once you've gotten this all set up, then you can just undock this. You don't need this anymore, right? You can just throw that back in the middle, and then close the divider. So now it's all good. So now you have a custom menu in your menus. Then you can go back to preferences and then config, disable your enable customize, and then store the configuration. So now once you've stored the config, you always have to store the config, by the way. If you do an adjustment, store the config. So that will always load up every time you fire up ZBrush. Now let's take it one more step further, which you love, I hope. What you could do is assign a hotkey to the custom menu you set up. All right, so let's do that. So let's go ahead and enable customization again. Preferences, enable customize. Or actually, no, you don't have to, I don't think. Oh yeah, you don't have to. Okay, so yeah, you don't have to enable customize. Oops. Just do a Control Alt, left click or right click over your menu, and then choose a key. I like to use the CV, maybe even B if you like. Since C and V don't really do much, you can use number keys like 9 and 0. Up to you, whichever key you want. But let's just say I like to use V or something. Hit OK. And then now every time, watch, I can be in Pro mode, press V, and then my custom menu will just come up. And then you can just have all the buttons that you want in that shortcut. So you're just pressing spacebar or V, and that's all you need. So you're just in pro mode and you're just going, doing whatever. And then you have two keys you gotta worry about: V and spacebar. You can even create a menu that has all the brushes that you use all the time. You don't even have to use the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So, be creative. Right, do whatever you want. So that's kind of the power of ZBrush here. Here's the caveat though: the moment you switch machines and you don't have your shortcuts, it might be troublesome for you. So so you just gotta remember where all these buttons lie. And I've had guys who, oh man, they're going to my machine or vice versa. They're going to someone else's machine. And then they're going, where's that button again? I'm like, unbelievable, man. See, so that's kind of the catch of the hotkeys, is that you can't, if the moment you set it up once, you're so good, in your own machine, and then you go to someone else's machine, it just destroys you. You slow down like 1,000%. But I mean, it's okay. It's okay. You can also export the, so for example, if you just for some reason like to move machines, I don't know why you would, you can take the file for the preferences, save that file as a separate file. I think, is it a TX file or config? You can take that file, and so you can save the UI as well. You can take the hotkeys file. You can take those files and then save it and then upload it in your drive or something, your cloud drive, and then you can download that on another machine if you're used to your shortcuts and stuff like that. So mind you, be aware of the version control. So if it's an older version, it might not work. A newer version should, with these 2020 versions. But I'm not so sure as to how that will function if you're versioning down or versioning up at the moment, since I haven't done it in a while. But that's how you set up shortcuts. So if you have a go-to shortcut list, store it all in the one key, and then you should be all good. I've seen interfaces that's just peppered with sliders and whatever else. It's actually kind of intimidating, when you fire up ZBrush first time. It should be clean, But man, some interfaces are just like, their screen is like this big. Like how big is the screen? Let's go ahead and trash all this stuff. Their screen would be like this big, and then the rest are buttons. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. And then they just like work in this tiny thing. Like, oh man. Whatever, man. Hey, whatever. It's all good. Whatever makes you faster. It's like, it's not. It's okay. All right, so yeah, I'll let you guys set that up if you guys want to set all that up. Give you guys maybe a couple minutes here. Try all that out.
When I have all the aliens done, where do I hand those in?
Is that Paul? Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
make sure you're uploading it in the same link that you gave, because yeah, you're sending me multiple links. It's gonna be difficult for me to keep track of all of them.
All right.
Yeah, so if you can make like one link somehow that I can just grab all the things, and you're always just updating that link, right? That would be best.
I'll try.
Yes, please.
Oh yeah, I can put them all in a folder and send the folder to you. It's a drive folder. Well, not drive, but mega.
Yep. Okay. If you by any chance want to just reset the whole mess you created, just by any chance, in the preferences folder or menu, there at the top there you'll have a button that says init ZBrush, so it just stands for initialize ZBrush. It'll just reinitialize everything. It'll just reset everything. So hit yes. Right, so that gets rid of all the unnecessary things. You can also go to config and then restore standard UI. Okay, so that will just restore all the standard UIs as well. All right, so everything is good to go like this. At the top right, you can actually customize. You can load Z scripts. If you're interested in doing that, you could do that. You could change your interface colors. You know, up to you which one you like. You can also change your interface layout. So maybe you like this layout instead. Maybe you can customize this layout, right? So there's different layouts, so you could try out. You know, that's pro mode. So anyway, there's only a few kinds, but right beside the minimize, maximize, close, you have your interface colors and interface layout. You could sift through and maybe you like one of those, so you can pick one of those.
Hey, what is quick sketch in ZBrush?
There's just a way for you to make these like Z-sphere bubbles.
What? Sphere bubbles?
Z-sphere bubbles. Yeah. So these Z-spheres. So what I don't use it very often, to be honest, but where is it? There's a project here somewhere. So remember I showed you the posing a dog last time? So you can grab these kind of balls that's they're called Z-spheres, and they'll allow you to kind of change the shape and form of like these kind of dummy mannequin biped looking things. So it's this type of thing, but you're then dragging where is that? Not NPR. Where's that project? Here somewhere. So Z-Sketch Critter, is it this one? So where's the... There's a Z-Sketch brush. Yeah, so there you go. So this will allow you to kind of like paint, you know, these Z-spheres. So instead of moving them around, you can paint them, right? And then you can change the color, blah, blah, blah. Now, if you press A, that will be your kind of preview objects. and then you could then turn this into a real mesh or like a Dynamesh mesh. This is what it is so far as a Dynamesh mesh, and then start sculpting on it.
Huh.
Yeah.
That seems kind of useful, actually.
Sort of. I mean, there's Dynamesh now, so this is really the pre-Dynamesh days. So people were using this to make Dynamesh meshes, right? But then you just start with a sphere, you know, like, I mean, it has its place. But do I use it? No, not really. Don't need to anymore. Because Dynamesh is already intuitive. You can learn it in like 2 seconds, right? I just gotta teach you how to reevaluate, and then that's it. Whereas this one, you gotta set it up, and it takes a tad bit longer. Not that much longer, but anyway, yeah, that's what that is. It's just one of those hidden ZBrush features.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you make these?
Dynamic. No, I didn't.
Oh,
it's pretty cool. It's got.
I was about to be really impressed.
It's the preset dog statue. Ba-da-da. So what do we need to do? So I want to go ahead and show you guys how to split meshes and combine meshes. Let's duplicate this a few times. Okay, so let's turn this into a cylinder, this one into a ring, this one into a cone.
Right, Harold, I sent it.
Awesome. Thanks, Paul. Let's turn that into a cube. Okay. Let's make these bigger. Cool. Now, when you're merging stuff in ZBrush, there's sort of a way to do it. You can't just like select two. You can't just like shift select two items and just merge them. You gotta position them in a way in the outliner here, and that one item, the first or second item, doesn't matter which one, has to be on top of another item. Then you can merge it together. So, for example, I'm gonna go ahead and select this sphere right here, and what I want to do is I want to go to this sub drop down called merge. So in your sub tool drop down called merge, and what you usually have to do is click this button right here, which is merge down. So you're always merging down, you're never merging up. And you can merge visible, but what will happen is if you merge visible, you'll create a new subtool here in the list, which you don't really want, because that will just create a separate Z tool or a separate list. That will save out if you're saving as a project, but it will not save out if you're using as a Z tool. So you know, without being too complicated, which you can try on your own as well, you know, save a Z tool and or save a ZPR with a merged object here in the list. See what happens. But I generally encourage to always merge down. So you'll do is you'll position one of these objects. So let's just say this cube object here, you want it to merge with the ring right here in the middle. Then what you'd have to do is move them up. So move the cube up hierarchy, so you can see it moving there by left clicking on this guy, on this arrow. So shift. Oops. So you can go ahead and left click on that and then it'll move up. Okay. Likewise, the ring, you could move it up, but one of them has to be above the other. So you just go ahead and select the ring in this case, merge down, and then hit OK. Okay, so you can do the same thing with the rest. So let's go merge down, OK. Merge down, OK. Merge down, OK. So they become one mesh, essentially. But there's just different, they're just made up of different components. Okay, so they're not attached to one another as well. So they really won't combine. Unless you dynamesh them all together while touching, like, or in a very close proximity from one another, then they'll combine. But they're essentially separated objects still, but in this one mesh or one object. Now, so that's how you merge stuff. How you split is a different story. So above the merge sub drop down, there's a split sub drop down above that. Let's go ahead and left click on that. Easiest, quickest way is to click this group split. So that group split meaning they're all different colors, as you can see in my viewport. So based on their sort of differentiating color, they'll just split. Okay, so I presume that the red ones, I'm not sure if the red ones will, oh yeah, they are together. So if I do a group split, it'll split it into 4 pieces. So the red ones will remain together, and then the yellow ones, actually, I don't know if the yellow one will. Oh yeah, it looks like the yellow ones will remain together as well. Seems like they're the same color. And then this green teal one will just split off. So it'll split off into 3, not 4. So group split is the easiest. What you could do, however, is you can mask one of the parts. So let's just say the cone. You can mask the cone, and then click this split masked points. So when you do that, it'll actually split the cone off, and then you can see the cone is now separate. You could also do the other way. You could mask maybe the ring and then split unmask. So anything that's not masked will be split off. So let's go ahead and click that. So you can see that the ring remained, and then the 3 are grouped together. Yeah, so those are the main ways I use splitting and combining for. And you can also, this might be a little bit advanced, but you can also mask certain area and then split that off. So you didn't want, say you're working on the arm or whatever, and you didn't want one of the fingers, just mask the finger, and then you can split that off and make another finger, right? By doing other, doing certain steps to recreate, another finger. So on and so forth. So that's how you merge, and that's how you split, and that's how you can kind of control what's going on in your subtool list here or your outliner object list. Right, so in conjunction with visibility, in conjunction with visibility, and in conjunction with masking, now you're able to split and then merge. Okay, so one last thing, I guess, with splitting is what you could do is Control Shift, create a marquee selection over an area that you want to keep, let's just say. Okay, and then you can see that I've gone ahead and hidden the sphere and the cube. Control and Shift marquee select over the cylinder. And then what you could do is split whatever is hidden. So you've isolated the cylinder. I've hidden the sphere and the cube. I can split the hidden, and then that'll split it off. So that's how you kind of, manage the splitting and merging. I hope that's making sense for everybody. But of course, refer back to this if you're ever confused, or ask me, either way. Alrighty. let's tackle Mr. Incredible. I'm gonna copy the link. So I'm gonna paste this head concept link to the group chat. Please refer to that link. Open the head concept Google Drive link, and you can see there we have Mr. Incredible there as the main concept there that's in that drive. So we're going to be working with this. And also in there, in the more references folder, you'll have a number of other references, okay, to check the depth, okay, check proportions, all right, check expressions, all right. So this is a great one as well, showing proportion and stuff with Jack. Now, why I chose his head, and likewise with other instructors, it's because his head is just, it's clean looking, it's simple, but has enough of the subtle surface changes to make him actually kind of difficult to make. So it's a perfect blend between too easy and sort of medium level challenge. So perfect. It's great. So that's why we're going to use them. Okay, so let's see, 7 o'clock. I'm saying that because I look forward to the break and because I'm hungry. So I hope you can hang on if you're hungry. Okay. Of course, before we dive in there, I don't want to just go sculpt away and then leave you guys, behind. So what we're gonna do is show you how we're gonna go ahead and approach this. We're gonna highlight certain key features, okay, that you have to capture. And when I'm marking, I'm gonna be looking for these features. So the reason why I'm telling you is because this is how you would literally break down a concept, especially a head or a face like this. It's easier with Mr. Incredible because you can tell the features are so obvious, so prominent that those are the things that you go ahead and create immediately. This trains you to observe how you're going to go ahead and create other heads in the future or other characters in the future. And I hope this is going to be beneficial for you. So first and foremost, silhouette. Pretty obvious what the silhouette is. It's just like a stretched kind of egg shape, right? And proportion for this is very important. You can see how it's wider in the base and thinner at the top. Okay, very important to capture. Okay, so I don't want you to just make like an egg shape and then be done with it. No, it's got kind of like a flatter bottom, slightly rounded edges and corners at the bottom, and then very much rounded at the top. Okay, so make sure you catch those, and it widens over time, right? So over the surface, so it's narrower at the top and then wider at the bottom. So make sure you're getting that, okay? And then proportionally as well, lining up the ears right in the middle of this shape. Okay, so you'll end up moving the ears back and forth, right? Along Z to figure out where it really should be sitting, based on the other features that you're going to be working with. But main thing is silhouette. Okay, ignore the hair for now. We're going to do the hair next class and sort of include that in. But that's the last thing we're going to be covering. Okay, when I'm working on the head, I like to approach the nose first. Why? Because that grounds everything else around it. It's like the tower in the middle of all the other things, right? It's like the staple thing. So once you get the nose in place proportionally between the actual head shape itself, and everything else will just kind of fall into place. Okay, so that's why the nose is such a prominent and obvious and key thing that I create immediately right after I make the silhouette. Okay, so let's kind of just put that in place here. But it's got this kind of wedge shape to it. Okay, so I'm ignoring the nostril definition. I'm ignoring any sort of subtle curvature. Well, you know what? Maybe include the width of the bridge and the width of the tip of the nose. But it's essentially from the side view, it'll look like that. Just the wedge. And then this is the upper part of the bridge there, sort of the inner part of the eye cavity. Okay, so that's kind of the first thing I estimate. I'm like, okay, so it's going to be probably this deep. Now, while I'm building the nose, I'm going to end up digging into this area around the eye. So I'm going to end up digging into this area here so I can get the eye to rest in here. So this is the second part. So while I'm building this first shape, I'm already subconsciously building this second shape. Now this is a negative feature. So this one here is a positive, so meaning it's like a block that you kind of have attached and hanging. This socket here is what will set you up to put the eye on there. All right, and you need to create that socket first. Students ask me this all the time, and they're going, how do I make an eye? How do I make a mouth? Like, how do I make a nose? Build the foundation of where it will be first, and then put the eye in. Because you're so quick to model the eyelids and the lower eyelids and the eye itself without realizing it has to go in somewhere, right? We have an eye socket. You got to build that eye socket first. That area. So you got your upper brow, right? You got your cheek. You also have, this area here that has the eye cavity. You got to build all that before you can go ahead and start thinking about upper eyelid, lower eyelid, right? So what we're doing is we're building the socket. Okay. Third thing that we're gonna be creating here is the cheeks, and this cheek here, it's got this shelf. Let's see, maybe purple. This shape here, it's got this kind of this kind of a box shape to it, right? So this here is a box. So imagine a box like that, and then it's got like this kind of arm or this extension right here. By the way, this is a plane. So if you're thinking that that's not a plane, this is a plane right here. Okay, so try to include that as well in your sculpt. So now you're looking at this this shape. Okay, so you got that, and then you got your corner right here. So you're creating this box essentially. Okay, so now we're building these three things, and the rest sort of will start to fall in line with the rest of these features. Of course, keep in mind there's certain things to keep in mind. For example, how the head is curving, right? How this shape is curving. Okay, so if you're to draw a line in the middle of this, so from the top, draw a line. Okay, so what happens is it flattens out here. Okay. And then it quickly, so if you're to line this up, it's going like that, does this, and then it drops, and it creates a, probably like not quite straight, but probably on an angle. Oops. Probably on an angle there. And then it kind of, and the profile, there's this kind of subtle there's a subtle kind of a slope that drops till the end of the chin, and then it curves out like that. So you have now this particular plane right here. Okay, so we get that. Cool. And then from here, this is probably where his jowl kind of stops, and it kind of touches his neck there. Oh man. But that's the profile from the front. Okay, so as for what the back is doing, we can look at other references. I'm not too concerned about the back. What's important is what's going on here in the front. Okay, but once you have all those, once you get the silhouette going, at least based on the other references, you get a feeling of what it should be, what it could be. Then the back doesn't really matter too much, I hope. As long as you are filling in that back area, smoothing it out, making it look proportionally correct based on what's going on at the front, it should be fine. But these keys are very important. Okay, maybe the last and fourth thing is this big plane right here at the. Oops. Let's get something. Is that yellow? Green. So we did green. We did that. Let's try. I don't want a dark brown. So let's just try orange again. So this flat plane right here. All right. And that's it. Okay, so you're building these four things. So you got your main shape. You're gonna try to create this wedge shape for the nose. Then you start digging into the eyes like this. So while you're digging into the eyes, you're really building the cheeks already. Okay, and then grabbing your flattened brush, you're flattening these planes so you can see the features are starting to form, right? And then last but not least, try to get the silhouette properly. This green highlight that I've showed you guys, and then flattening out sort of that area where the mouth will be. Because the mouth, the nostril shape, and as well as the eyes, they just fall right in because they're just integrated so well into the head, as well as the wrinkles and the eyebrows. But the main shapes, these big blocky areas, we gotta address, because that's what will create the bulk of the model, right? So be aware of the proportion as well. So keep that in mind while you're building. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and build that. Any questions before we proceed? None so far. Everybody else is pretty quiet. Okay, so it's very important that you do it at these steps. Now, I know like some of you guys just don't like tutorials, right? Some of you guys don't want to be told what to do. I get it. I get that part. Okay, but we're building this step by step for you to start shifting your brain towards how you'll actually build this from scratch. Okay, and then take that same mindset later. Okay, when we were building our own characters, okay, and then take this when you're building your own characters, it'll be easier for you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of this. Close that. So have your ZBrush all ready. So let's start with Dynamesh Sphere 64. I'm gonna go ahead and scale this down just a tad bit. So we have our sphere. Let's check our Dynamesh levels. I'm gonna remove the blur. So blur is just another way of saying it'll do a smooth every time you reevaluate your Dynamesh. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove the blur. I don't really want Dynamesh smoothness. So you can see there, every time I hover my mouse on there, it'll say there in the prompt Dynamesh smoothness. We don't really want that.
Also, previous assignment was just like detailing a hand to look like our hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna finish that then.
Cool. So I like to keep the reference pretty small, so then I won't look at the details. So I'll look at the overall shape of the concept. That's still kind of big. Let's go ahead and make that even smaller. Okay. Of course, let's start with the head shape. So let's elongate the top. Okay. So positive Z is my front. So I'm trying to create that head taper already. Okay, so this one's gonna be the front. So I'm just using my move brush. Remember, I'm pressing Q on my keyboard or tilde, whichever you want to use as a shortcut. That's up to you. So I'm gonna introduce that side slope that we mentioned earlier, because his jaw and chin, they're sort of pushing forward, right? He's got that Jay Leno chin, and it's an exaggerated version, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that out like that. Okay, flattening this out. Okay, maybe even pulling this even further. Sometimes exaggerating it a little bit doesn't hurt too much, because you could always smooth it down, and that should be good to go. Let's make some ears. So go ahead, append a sphere like this, and just scale it down. Move it to one of the sides. That. Make sure you turn on Dynamesh for anything that you append that's new. And if you are going to be using Dynamesh consistently with all the other subtools, or you plan to, make sure you're always enabling Dynamesh on the ones that you're appending into the scene. That way they're all using Dynamesh. So I'm just going to use my flatten brush now just to flatten this up. Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect. It can just be like a flattened sphere, really. And kind of move that into place. You can shape it a little bit, give it a little bit of a rigidity, some ear shape indicator. You can flatten the back too if you want, something like that. Just to give a form of an ear. I believe I showed you how to mirror. If not, then I'm gonna show you now. To mirror something, what you want to do is you want to go to Z plugin, Subtool Master, and then on the right hand column, mirror, you want to merge into one subtool. Yeah, so I'm just gonna combine them both. So now we have an ear on both sides. Okay, so let's just say that. So it's somewhere in the middle. It's probably something like that. Okay, we're gonna make the shoulder, neck, chest area. All right. We're not gonna spend too much time on it, but we want to nail what's going on with the silhouette here. So if you notice, the shape from the head to the neck to the shoulder is one smooth flowing motion. So it's gonna look like this, right? So it's gonna look kind of like that. So that's what you kind of want to achieve, right? So it's doing that type of thing. Okay, so That's what we're gonna go ahead and do.
Damn, Harold, you didn't tell us we was having spaghetti squash.
Spaghetti squash. I've never had spaghetti squash. Have you guys had spaghetti squash?
Yeah, it's relatively. It's kind of like tofu. You have to put something on it to make it worthwhile for eating.
Like a lot of teriyaki sauce?
I mean, if you want to dump teriyaki sauce on it, then yeah.
Have you guys had the is it zucchini pasta? Zucchini pasta? Or is that what it is? Yeah. Zucchini?
Yeah, I've had it.
I have to put a lot of sauce in that one too. It's good. It's just tastes water.
Yeah, I made some. Yeah, you do have to sauce it up.
Yeah.
Hey Harold, sorry to bother you again. I
No worries.
completely am drawing a blank. How do I add another object to your scene, like another
okay.
sphere?
So, just like how I did there, what you want to do is go to your subtool drop down in your tool menu,
Okay.
and at the bottom of this subtool list, you'll find the append button.
Right.
Okay, so go ahead and left click on that, and then you can choose a primitive out of the list here, the middle, so the 3D meshes.
That's it. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's late, you know, drawing a blank kind of moment. So thank you.
It's okay. It's easily missed. So let's go ahead and do that same thing, because we got to add another sphere in the scene. So put that in place and then dynamesh it. By the way, when you are dynameshing, make sure they're all at the same dynamesh level. So you're moving them up and down together, even though they are separate tools. Make sure you're changing each of their subdivision or the resolution levels together. So I'm gonna be making the shoulder, back. Okay, you can ignore what I did there, but you can use your flatten brush. But the idea is just build the neck, chest, shoulder part, just to give him a pedestal, something that can let his head sit on. So it's not all just a floating head. Okay, we might have to bring some of this up and forward. Now, it's okay to crash it like this, right? Because we're not seeing anything that's underneath or within the head. So just crash it. It's okay. So you're looking at the side view like this, trying to visualize how this could possibly look. Just trying to get the slopes correct and get it all kind of feeling grounded before I move forward here. So I'm moving and then I'm smoothing, moving and then smoothing. Okay. So it could be kind of like your workflow as well. Okay. Cool. So now I have something like that. I'm even seeing some proportional adjustments. Maybe I could pull this up higher. So I have something that looks like that. Let's look at the other references here. So hopefully that'll help us as well. Okay, so his jowl's quite large. And he has very little neck. So it seems like it's pretty straight at the back. So it's going like, there's like a little dip here for his neck. And then it's pretty flat here and then kind of does that. So it's very possible that you got a flat kind of back of the head. And then there's a corner there at the kind of cowlick area. He gets burnt. Oh, here's another one. So again, kind of flat top and then corner at the cowlick area, and then kind of drops down like that. So just kind of like a flat head, I guess. Likewise here as well. So let's try to mimic that in our sculpt. So Alt tap the objects, and then we're gonna just kind of create a flat back of the head. You know, something like this. In the concept here, it looks like he's kind of like looking up because his chin is quite elevated. So that's something to kind of remember too, I guess. Cool. Okay, so we've got that. With the back of the head kind of flattened out like this. Included is the neck. The neck, shoulders. And chest. Okay, cool. So it's a good time to save. If you haven't saved yet. So the plan now is to go ahead and start building that nose. And it's really like a combination of both. You're doing the nose, you're creating the walls of the nose, as well as creating the socket at the same time. Then when you create the socket, that also creates the cheeks. Okay, so the next step would be to pump up my resolution for each one of these. So I'll left click on the head. I'm going to increase the Dynamesh resolution to 128 and then reevaluate. So now I'm going from there to here. Let's go to the ear, Alt tap, and then increase the resolution here to 128. And then reevaluate. So that one doesn't do too much. Alt left click on the bust portion there, and then let's switch this to 128 in the Dynamesh. Reevaluate. So now I have all this. So I have more GU now to work with. just harder to work with less geo building this part. It's going to be a little bit more refined. So we're going to need a little bit more geometry there. Okay. So you can see here. So imagine the landmark. So the landmark of the, so let's say the top of the brow is around this area. Oh, by the way, we're doing symmetry for now. Asymmetry will be later. So I'm using my clay buildup, and I'm just going to create some marks. So it's very possible that the socket is around here. So the next socket would probably be, since it's like pointing down towards, yeah, so it's kind of doing this. So remember, my priority is the nose. So I can just dig in here. So I'm using the clay buildup to kind of dig right in there. So as I dig in there, slowly I build the shape of the nose. Okay. Dig in there. Just keep digging. So dig and then smooth, dig and then smooth. Okay, so I gotta dig some more. You can even use the flatten brush to kind of flatten the bridge a little bit. That. So now you kind of built two things here. You built the eye socket, and you're also attempting to now build the bridge of the nose, or the nose itself. So I'm just kind of forcing it all in there. And here you could just flatten or use the move brush to kind of push this all back. All this you don't need anymore, at least for now. You don't need for now. You can see how quickly kind of this shapes up already, like with the nose kind of popping up. So we did the nose, and then that kind of did the eyes too. So yeah, so dig in there and then try to build the nose, the nose wall. Try to get the eye socket shape. So don't worry about the cheeks for now. We're gonna do that when we get back from break. But the nose is the kind of defining part here. Yeah, so that lands kind of in the middle of the nose, I guess. So you can use your move brush to kind of point the nose down like this. And then use your smooth brush. You know, don't worry about detailing and corners for now. Just use a smooth brush. At least you know proportionally that the bridge is landing properly. Also, it's looking a little squished, remember, because it's kind of like it's protruding out. So we're going to go ahead and pull that out some. Okay, so then there it is. I'm just going to smooth the cheek area here. We're going to build up the cheek in just a little bit, so it's okay to smooth that out. You can see that just gets a good chunk of the facial features there. What you could also do is just shape up the brow shape. So if you look at it from the bottom up, you know, you got a little bit more kind of rounded brow rather than it looking pretty flat. It was looking like that earlier. So rounding it out and pulling it out will give it a little bit more kind of definition, kind of following that contour of the shape of the brows based on the concept. Alrighty, so that's kind of like the first few steps there. Okay, any questions before we go on break? No? Quiet?
No.
All right, we'll be back 8:05 probably. Yeah, something like that. 8:05. Okay, we'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, so let's get back into action here. Where were we? So the nose. If you want to go ahead and sharpen some of these features, like if you were to zoom in here, right, you can see that along the sort of the walls of each of the, I should highlight it. So you can see here the edge, right? There's certain edges that, oops. Yeah, so the certain edges, right? So that's an edge. This here is an edge. This side, not so much of an edge, but this is an edge here. And then this is also an edge. So you can, you know, grab your Damien standard. And then if you hold Alt, so Damien standard by default will allow you to kind of rake in, but if you hold Alt, it'll do a positive. And you can actually sharpen those corners, you know, like so. You can sharpen that too. So over time, we're going to refine that shape. But for now, this is what I've got. So, you know, kind of like what we were talking about there in the silhouettes portion. That's what we've got there. Okay, so let's continue. So we basically made half of the eyes now. And I got to grab my clay buildup again. This time, we're going to build the whole socket for the eyes. So I'm going to go in here and then dig in. So there's a slight kind of angle to the eyes, kind of like this, you know. So we're going to go ahead and incorporate that. We're going to have an angle incorporated in here. So I'm going to dig in and then smooth a little bit, dig in, then smooth. We're going to carve in this portion here. So that's the first half. The second half would be creating the cheeks. So the only way to really build that up is, one, you could grab this chunk and pull it out like that. But that's not as precise. So clay buildup and clay tubes really are like your friends here. So what you could do, start kind of forming this shape, you know, adding volume to the cheek area, like so, as if you're laying strips of clay, and adding volume. Okay, so I'm not affecting the nose anymore because I like where the nose is, so I'm just adding volume to represent the cheeks. So I'm adding volume, like so, smoothing, okay, and then adding volume, smoothing, adding volume. Okay, like our proportions will be fixed in just a little bit. We just gotta fix the volumes for now. So remember, we're building the shelf. Okay. But anyway, once you have a volume like this, then you can go ahead and use the move brush. Push and pull. Get some of these features. Okay, that shelf is very important. You can see some of these features as they flow. You know, as they wherever these lines are flowing. So you have this corner, and it's sort of flowing up this way, and you have maybe this nasolabial fold. So it's probably kind of doing that kind of thing, right? So about this area, this is where the corner is. Maybe about this. So that's probably where the corner is there. Okay, so that's what we're trying to capture. Maybe even raise that up a little bit more. So So the last thing we gotta cover is this big flat space right here. Right, so this one here. Yeah, so this shape right there. So that's what we're gonna try to recreate now. Okay, so with a finer brush, you're gonna need to kind of find your landmarks here. If you have to change your brush, for example, to a flattened brush, do so. Because this part is pretty flat. There's some subtle plane shifts. Like there's a subtle kind of arc that's happening here. For example, here there's like a subtle arc. No, and I'm just not. I'm not simply just highlighting the smile there, but there's a curvature that we want to go ahead and capture. So I'm grabbing the flatten brush. I'm just gonna flatten temporarily, just for now. Okay, I want to zoom out a little bit to see the proportion yet still. So I think we can pull this down even more. Okay. So now let's talk about depth here. Might have to pull the cheeks back like so. Oops, that might be too much. Just pull it back just a little bit. Kind of like that. then from here, say for example, you do have kind of this flat area now. Now it's just refining each of those shapes. You know, maybe flattening out this area. So if I was to zoom in here, let's go ahead and highlight what I'm thinking here. So that's one shape. This is the other shape. So this here is just the one side. Okay. And then this is the other side of this. Okay, with a little dip here. So we're trying to create that shelf. It doesn't have to be too precise now, but having it and thinking about it kind of set you up a little bit better. We're gonna dig in here. Okay, so going back to everything else that we did. So starting from the very beginning, okay, so we're looking at our silhouette shape. Okay, I think I can widen the cranium just a little bit more. Okay, going to the nose. So we're just revisiting everything we did now. And we're making sure that we're hitting the money. Like in terms of angles, like I'm looking at sort of the angles of the shapes. So it's like, are they pointing towards the right direction? You have to reconnect some of my edges here. I'll make the cheeks just a little more rounded, so make them feel less shelf-like. Yeah, so that's just refining the shapes, you know, and making sure that they're all flowing towards the inside of the inside of the face here. Adding a little bit more volume in the cheeks there on the side of the face. Another thing that I'll also notice here is just like the temples are flatter. So we could flatten the temple just a little bit. You know, we've all got this flat side of the temple. You can just kind of incorporate that kind of subtle adjustment there. Then go back, you know. It's always good to recheck your proportions, recheck your shapes. You know, you don't have to move on. You know, people are usually pretty tempted to move on at this point. But you could withhold yourself from thinking, oh, I gotta move on. Just focus on the shapes and just shape the current state of the model. Refine the shapes. You You know, how can you push the current shape right now? You could also reevaluate. Okay, maybe the last thing I'll do here is to work on the inside of the ear, as well as just this flat part that makes his chin a bit more squarish looking. So I'm just gonna grab my flatten brush, just gonna flatten this part.
So generally, this project right now is just to make these simple details on Mr. Incredible.
No, so build this, whatever I built today, that's kind of your target.
All right.
Yeah. So flattening the sides of his jowl here. Okay, so I'm going to stop right here in terms of the face part. So this is kind of where I want you guys to get to. This is him as well, you know, sideways, like a profile view. We could probably pull the chin forward just a little bit more as well. It seems it's feeling like it's a little too pushed back still. So that's something that we have to remember when we're working on assets like this. The depth is very important, and sometimes it can easily feel kind of flat. So we gotta make sure we address the profile as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the ears here. So that's it in terms of the head part. Just gonna make a small groove to indicate that there's a kind of like a dip. There you go. So that's kind of where we'll leave it off. So I'll let you guys work on that. So make sure you guys get to this state, and then we're gonna do the rest next week. So I kind of want to show you where you guys, where we're trying to go towards. Oops. Okay. So this is kind of where we're trying to go towards, right? We're going. So I think his jowl here is a little too low. Right. So this is our end goal here. So we're gonna get to this kind of shape next week. So this kind of style is kind of like the stylized kind of style, you know. And the only reason why it looks better because we've increased our Dynamesh level and we've refined a lot of the shapes that we've already pre-built. So once you have that shape all set up, the moment you increase the resolution and start refining some of those edges and going into detail, right? It'll look much cleaner. It'll look very close to something like this. And you're not very far away from this state, right? All the other additions like the hair, the eyebrows, the eye bags, and the eyes, all that is just tertiary at this point. It'll just kind of fall right into place, and all you have to do is just adjust. But we'll definitely cover what's going on with this next week, and hopefully we can all get to this kind of finished state. So this is kind of what I've got. This is including the hair as well. Generally, what you would have to do is show, say for example, this is your first block. So after like 8 hours or so, say this is you're doing it for your, I don't know, your dailies or something like that, and they wanted a speed sculpt, like a sketch. So you'll do this after like a good few hours, like 6, 7, or maybe even 10 hours. And then the next day you show this sculpt, and then this is the expectation, you know, like you want a sculpt that's pretty clean, you know, understandable as to which parts are which. Nothing's too muddy. Proportion wise is pretty close, you know, and all the AD has to do is do those little adjustments. Like, okay, like I want the mouth to be closer to the nose. You know, I want the cheeks to be, you know, wider. You know, all these like subtle adjustments, right? So I want the eye bags to kind of come in a little more like that. I want the eyes a little bit more together. All these things. So all those little adjustments will sort of bring this to its final state. Yeah, so this would be the sketch portion of this. So I'm working on a character right now, and I'm hoping after the 8th revision, it's gonna be done. But we've had ridiculous amounts of revisions with this client that we're working with, and could you believe that one of our main characters went and had 35, I want to say 35 or 36 iterations. So imagine doing this, you know, for like 2 months, just this one character and doing iterations. It's not simple. It's not just like a simple move this type thing. Like they want the lines to be exactly like where they put it. So it does train your artistic eye as to how to hit those notes, as well as tests your patience quite a bit. So but yeah, this is why I want you guys to pay attention to all these simple ideas, because these simple ideas are the foundations of everything else you're going to do later in the intermediate and advanced. So you have to master this part. This is the part that's probably will take you the longest to master. But once you've mastered this part, Everything else that will kind of follow up to get you to the next level is easier and easier to achieve. And that's not bad, you know, pretty good. Okay, so I'll let you guys kind of work a little bit while I go ahead and check some Google Drives. I'll have this posted here just in case anybody wants to kind of see the target. Okay, so for our speed sculpt, our topic today will be Disney sidekicks. Disney sidekicks. So not the main character, the supporting one, or even a tertiary character. Disney sidekick. Did I say Disney sidekick? Oh, okay.
Like the crab in Little Mermaid or something?
Yes, like that.
Very sweet.
I don't know what to do.
Can we do a headshot for this, like a bust, or?
Yep.
All right.
I think I'll make Lumiere. Okay. Lumiere. That's a good concept for Lumiere. I guess this one. Okay, so I guess 9:20 is when I'll start. So Lumiere. Okay, so timer starts now. I'll have my alarm set there, but so turn this into a cylinder. Okay, got 6 minutes left. Gotta make at least one arm here. Oh. Okay. You can keep going. If you like. No problem. That's just a timer for myself.
I was making that face because I was seeing the difference in our skill level. You know, I was being like, yeah. I was like, I feel like I'm doing pretty good, and then I look over and I'm like, oh man, I'm not doing good at all.
It's okay. It's okay. It's why we're speed sculpting.
Hey man, Harold's professional.
Yeah, you know, I fully get it.
And this is like what, class 4 or 5?
Yeah, no, I get it. I just
I know it was like
I
last
get it,
class
I get
of my hellhound. So I mean, and I did the same dog as Harold did as well too. And I'm looking at my dog going, ugh, and I look at his. Oh, what's wrong with mine? Oh my gosh, it went through the meat grinder. What the heck?
You made a patty instead. It's like a dog patty.
I mean, it probably would have looked better if it did go through the meat grinder, but I mean,
Oh man.
it's neither here nor there. This time I chose Olaf, so
nice.
There you go. Carrot nose Olaf.
yes.
Yeah, you guys, you
Nice.
got to do a lot more speed sculpting. That's for sure. But it just goes to show, right, that it's not impossible. You know, once you reach a certain level and proficiency, you could do what I'm doing. It's not like a shouldn't be a surprise. It's like,
Eventually.
Actually, how long have you been using ZBrush, Harold? If you could even, you know.
Good question. It's been on and off the past 8 years. So I would say 8 years. 8 years. Well, because been a professional for 10, but using ZBrush probably 7 or 8 years, on and off. That's on and off. Like that's not like consistent.
So we got a ways to go.
Some
Definitely.
ways. Yeah. Yeah, burn some eyebrows sculpting ZBrush, but yeah, man. You guys can do it. You guys can do it. I believe in you. You could very well be, say, in like year 3. It just depends on where you land. There's some students who land really good positions, and all they do is ZBrush all day, all night for like 3 years. You could surpass me if you like. It's not a surprise, but you really just have to be focused on ZBrush. So you know, there's people like that who just stay in ZBrush. They don't go anywhere else. So that's when your proficiency level just skyrockets, right? So yeah, and it's all just the same tools, you know. Like imagine using the exact same tool for years. It's no longer a surprise. That's why people in the industry are like, can we add more tools in ZBrush or whatever? Like you think that there isn't enough, like, because in the beginning as a student, you're like, whoa, so much. But as a professional, you use it a number of times. You're like, this is it, you know? I'm not sure if my colleagues feel the same way about that, but I beg to differ. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, just become more proficient, you guys. You would be surprised too. Like compare yourself now till maybe like end of year if you are gonna be taking this path anyway. Compare yourself now to end of year. You're gonna see a huge jump. So it goes to show that the progress is there, right? So
Yeah. No, I've seen a huge jump from 2 to 3. And then it's like, well, there's still like, it's like I've stepped up on like a box, and my next step is like a skyscraper.
yeah, I would be surprised, and that's what we want, right? All right, well,
Thanks for class.
yeah, no problem. Thanks everybody. It's 9:59. You may head out if you like. If you got a question, stick around. If not, then it's all good.
Peace, guys. Have a good night.
Take it easy, everybody.
See you later.
See ya.